Hello, Aka. Oh. Time to struggle. You're gonna be hearing a lot in the background of the donut tutorial. You need at least some space. Oh my god, it's 4 hours. Ooh. The ominous cube. So, I want you people to have some context. So, I've been printing stuff already, and I've been printing stuff to like repair and other stuff. But I've been using this program, this browser program. That's a tradition, Ike. So I've been using this program, and it's really simple. It's just drag in things, resize them, combine them, and stuff like that. And I used this for 3D printing. I had like quite hard prints to make. This would be so much easier and more accurate in Blender, but as you can see, I did still make them. It's light, it's in the browser. At the time I've been making these while I was not having internet, and also it's in the browser, so we browser stuff, but it doesn't have the accuracy that I need anymore. At least like for reasons. I could continue with this one, but it would be real hard. It's not blendery enough, you know. So what I'm gonna be forced to do, learn. Awful thing to do, learning. So yeah, and I immediately don't like the controls. Oh no. Okay. Oh. See. I absolutely immediately don't like the controls, but we're gonna deal with it. Oh, okay. Okay, fine. Where the rotation is in the center, but it's in the center somewhere like far away. And this is zoom out. Let's move like this. Genius. Can I move with arrows? No. Oh, I selected something. Fuck me. Yeah. I have no idea how people just fuck around. Not gonna lie.
This is Blender.
I think I have an idea how to make it really easy that you don't hear the Blender tutorial. I'm gonna post it in Discord, and I'm gonna play it from Discord. But now I have ads.
This is Blender, open source 3D software that can be used to make animations, visual effects, game assets, or practically.
Okay. Sadly enough, that's way too many ads. How in trouble would I be for playing this audio in the background? Because this is not like free to use and it has ads on it.
Blender, open source 3D software that can be used to make animations. animations, visual effects, game assets, or practically any Tang starters. This view, this window right here, is your 3D viewport, and it's where you'll spend probably 90% of your time because it is the 3D.
And don't worry, chat, I'm gonna be reading.
We have three objects here. We've got a camera, we've got a cube,
Well,
and we've got a
sadly enough, my idea of running it through Discord didn't work because Discord now disconnected the YouTube thing, YouTube connection, and yeah, that fucks up some stuff. Let's try to disconnect. Actually, why not? Disconnect and connect back in, maybe. No way. People, something changed. No way. It says that I'm streaming. It says I'm streaming on YouTube. Wait a minute, people. I think I debugged something really important. My Discord just for a second switch. Hello, Yoros. I'm gonna need a lot of luck, don't worry. Thing is, I did sculpting a bit in the past, but sculpting is extremely inaccurate, and for most of the things that I'm gonna want to do, is sculpting doesn't work. Sculpting works for organic shapes. It doesn't work for shapes like this. Connections. Defy. Let's try some stuff. Okay. Sorry that we are not moving at all. I'm just debugging my Discord. I think I'm really close to something. So it can display that I'm streaming on YouTube, but it doesn't display if I'm streaming on Twitch. So most probably there's something on Twitch that it doesn't like. Something on Twitch it doesn't. Discord is a mystery for me. Anyway, we're just gonna re-add YouTube. That's it. Yeah, it displays YouTube. Doesn't display doesn't display Twitch. Well, that means I'm gonna be paying more attention to YouTube now. Try to not miss anything.
And when we click on it, you can see it's selected because it has the yellow outline. So let's delete the default cube, of course, and replace it with something else. So we could do that by going up to the add menu up here, or by remembering the hotkey, which is Shift A. So Shift A for add. So usually the one you're looking for is underneath mesh. So these are called your primitives, and it's what you use to start something when you're looking to make an object. Like if you're going to make a chair, you might start with a cylinder as the chair leg and then build out from there. But the one I'm sure you're all very curious, you want to click it, it's the monkey. So let's just click the monkey. Why does Blender have a monkey? Well, fun fact, every 3D software has its own little random complex object because it's useful to test things like
thank you, Pusada.
of scenes. So 3ds Max has the
Anyway, I'm not doing anything really interesting today.
Pig's head. Blender has the monkey, and it's actually called the Suzanne monkey head, which you can see in the top right there, named after the orangutan from the film Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back. Random piece of trivia. So let's get a better look at it. And to that we need to orbit, which you can do by on your mouse there, your scroll wheel, that is called your middle mouse button. If you push that in and then drag
You're going to be doing something.
That is now orbiting. Now, for my laptop users, you've just panicked
Wait,
because
what?
you realize you don't have a
That
mouse.
looks good.
How are you going to orbit around? First of all, probably a good idea to get a mouse for 3D work. It will come in handy. But in a pinch, you can get by without it just by up here in the top right-hand corner, this little gray circle, anywhere in the gray section. If you just left-click and drag on that, that will do the exact same thing. Or if you want, you can go to Edit Preferences, and then underneath Input, there's Emulate 3-button mouse. And that means that if you hold down Alt and then left-click drag, that will do the exact same thing. Also, whilst you are in User Preferences, you might want to go to Interface, and you've got Resolution Scale. If you're on a 4K monitor, you might find that your menus and buttons are really small, and you kind of have to squeeze in to see it. So personally, I like to keep my 4K monitor around about 1.5. Since this is a tutorial, I'll make it nice and big so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so that's orbiting around with the mouse button. If you want to zoom in, we can do that just by scrolling in and out. We can also do it by going up to the magnifying glass tool there, and then just left-click dragging and then moving the mouse back and forth. That does the same thing. Or you can hold down Control and then the mouse button, and that will do a smooth zoom as well. Okay, so one thing you might notice looking at this is that it's not very pretty, right? It's just kind of got this flat, bland, gray lighting over everything. And that's because this state right now is called viewport shading. That's kind of a lightweight, optimized way to do the scene, just as you're building. But if you want to create a final pretty image, that's called rendering. And you can actually switch into render mode. By going up here in the top right-hand corner, you can see we're currently in the viewport shading mode. If we go to across, you should see render view mode. So if we click that, your computer might stall for a quick second whilst it loads it in. You can see it's now different. We have directional light, we have shadow cast across the monkey. So it's now currently being lit by this lamp up here. So if I wanted to, zoom in on that lamp and just kind of like move it around, you can see it's kind of hard. Focus on. It's always exactly not in the right view. And that's because we are centered on our monkey right now. We need to change the focus. We need to pan to something else. So we can do that one of two ways. One, if you're on a laptop, you could use the little move tool there. That will do that. Or everyone else, shift, middle mouse click, drag, that will do the same thing. So middle mouse is for orbiting, shift middle mouse is for pan to change your view to something else. Okay, so I want to move my light because it's too moody. I want to be able to see the monkey's face there. So to move an object, you can do it one of two ways. One, you could go over to the left-hand corner again, you've got the move tool. When you click that, you can see that the selected object, the lamp, has this gizmo, it's called, with these axes on it. And if I just click and drag on any of those arrows there, you can see I can move it along any of those axes. I can also just click on that white circle there, and that will just freehand drag it depending on my view. But it's kind of tedious. Every time you want to move something, you have to go to that tool and then find the arrows and yada yada. So actually, most people in Blender prefer to use the hotkeys. So we just keep it in the default selection state here, and instead remember the hotkey, which is G for grab. Now I just tapped the key, and you'll notice as I move my cursor that it's now attached to my cursor. It's not, my cursor isn't even actually close to it. In fact, my cursor could be on the other side of the screen, and I can tap G, and it will move it. And at first, this is kind of awkward. You're like, why is it working this way? But once you get used to it, you realize it's actually handy because you don't have to spend all this time like navigating your cursor with something just so that you can move it. Your cursor could be over here, and then just tap it, and you're moving it. So whilst you're in this move state, if you want to cancel a movement, you can do it one of two ways. You could just hit escape, or you could right click. Then if you want to confirm a movement, like say I want to move my lamp here and I like the movement, I can just do a single left click. So again, if I want to cancel something, just right click. If I want to confirm the movement, left click. But let's say I wanted to move it along an axis, like, I like these arrows here and I want to be able to move it on just a specific axis. Well, I can do that whilst I'm in that grab state as well. So after I've hit the G key to grab it, I can then tap the letter of the axis that I want to move it on. So if you don't know, in the real world and in the 3D software, there are 3 axes because there's 3 dimensions. There's the X axis, which I can move by hitting the X key, the Y axis to move it back and forth along the Y axis with the Y key, or the Z axis to move it up and down on the Z axis. So you can remember those letters, the X, Y, and Z, or the method that I actually prefer to use is whilst you're in that G state, if you just hold down the middle mouse button and then pull out, you can see you get this like gray line that pulls out from the center, and then if you just drag out and move around, it will snap it to the nearest axis, which again is maybe an odd way to work, but it's actually really handy because it means you don't have to think of the letter and locate it on your keyboard. I can just tap G to move it, and then middle mouse drag out, and then just find that exact axis that I'm looking for. And so it's very fast to just quickly move the lamp exactly where I want it. By the way, if you're finding it hard to remember all of the keyboard shortcuts that I've mentioned, I've actually put together a PDF, a cheat sheet of Blender's most common hotkeys, and you can download that by clicking the link in the description, so you can print it out, or you can just have it on a separate monitor while you work.
Monkey. Yes. And as you can hear, I'm going in like 2.5 times speed.
So if you have to go to preferences, just for those people that are from other softwares, if you change the key map to industry compatible, you'll find that these shortcuts are probably more in line with what you remember from other software. I'll also put a link to a cheat sheet that is just for the industry compatible key maps that somebody else put together. I've got nothing to do with it, but I'll put that link there so you can check it out as well.
I am wondering. Industry standard. No, well, actually, no. That will fuck up if I will ever need to do other tutorials. That would fuck up if I would ever need other tutorials.
Blender's hotkeys, just keep that in mind. Now let's say, as I am moving around here, I'm like, oh, this looks really good. I've got some nice Rembrandt lighting across the monkey's face. I want to take a photo. I want to take a nice, pretty image of this and post it on socials for clout, right? Well, I could take a screenshot of it, but that would be silly because it's got all these lines all over. It's all noisy, right? No, like it. The way you take a photo, a pretty image in Blender, is to do a render. So you can do that one of two ways, by going up to render and hitting render image, or remembering the hotkey which says next to it F12. So when you do that, a little window will pop up. It will use your CPU or GPU, depending on which renderer you've got active, and it will render out a pretty image. And from here, you could go image and then save as, and it'll save it as a PNG or whatever, wherever you want to save it. But you might notice looking at this that this is actually a different view than what we have here, right? So here I've got a nice view of the monkey's face, but there is a different view. And the reason for that is when you do a render, it's not rendering from the view that you're looking at currently. It's always going to render from the point of view of the camera. So this is our camera over here, and it's looking from this angle. And we can actually look through the camera by just clicking the little camera icon there, or by remembering the hotkey, which is number pad 0. So how do we move the camera? Well, Blender's a little awkward, maybe a little different to other software packages, but you're supposed to like hit G to move it, and then like middle mouse to zoom in and out, and if you want to like move along an axis, I guess G and then X. You could do that, but actually what a lot of users prefer, especially those from other software packages, is if you've got your camera selected, which by the way I haven't mentioned this, but up here this is your outliner. It's kind of an inventory of every item that you've got in your scene. Okay, so with the camera there selected, if I hit N, N is to bring up the properties, N for properties for whatever reason, and then go to view, there's a little box there that just says lock to camera to view. So now, with that active, if I just use the same keyboard shortcuts as before, middle mouse button to orbit around, shift middle mouse to drag it, you can see that the camera is moving with it. So essentially the view, I can set it up exactly as I want, then hit N again, and then I can disable that, and then now as I pull out, you can see the camera will stay exactly where it was, and I can do a lovely, pretty render. But this is too simple. We post this on the internet, people are bound to make fun of us. Imagine that. Well, we could give it some color, right? So with our monkey head selected, we can go over here to the properties. So this property set is where all of the properties for things are in Blender. So for example, you've got like the render properties, like the size of the image that you're saving something as is defined there. And some of these properties will stay here no matter what is selected, but others are selection dependent. So you can see actually if I click the camera there, you can see I get a little camera tab at the bottom there. But if I select my monkey, you'll see the camera tab disappears. But instead I have some other ones that appear. So one that we might want to change is underneath material. And this will enable us to add a material, change the color to something else, essentially. So underneath here where it's got new, I'm just going to hit new. And then you've got a bunch of options, very confusing. Ooh, IOR, subsurface. Again, don't worry about it. We'll get to all of that later on. The one that defines the color is the base color. So if I do a single left click on that white box there, I can then change this color to whatever I want. I could make it an odd, creepy, skin-toned monkey head, right? Like that, and do a render. Okay, so hey, all right, it's better, but still it's too simple. I think people will think we haven't put enough effort into this masterpiece. So let's add another object. Let's give the monkey a hat. So if we want to add another object, we do it. Well, we could go to the add menu, which before, or the hotkey, Shift A. So what sort of hat do we want to add? We could do a boxy hat. Let's do a party hat with a cone. So once we add that object, you can see it's just plopped it straight in the center, intersecting our monkey. So we need to move it. We could grab it with the G key. So it's now moving it just on our cursor there. I don't want to move it just freehand though, because I like the position. I just want to move it up. So I'm going to hit Z to move it along the Z axis. Right, I like it there. So once I like the placement, I'm just going to do a single left click. Okay, great. But too big. Oh, so see, you can learn another tool, which is scale. So we could go to the scale tool there, and we get this familiar little axis there. But again, most people prefer to remember the hotkey, which for scale is just S. So S to scale. So we're starting that. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's move it down again. So G and Z. Okay, all right, but yeah, let's say we want to make it a little taller. Okay, so we can scale it along just the Z axis. So S and then Z, whoops, S, Z, there we go. And it's now making it a tall party hat. Scale it down. There we go. Ha, look at that. A very bland party if it's grayless. Let's give it another material. An exciting color. A vibrant aqua color. Why not? Give that a render by hitting F12. Okay, camera is in the wrong position, so let's go to camera view mode with number pad 0. I'm going to select my camera, and rather than dabbling with that little thing I had before, I'm going to hit G, and then middle mouse, just tap it once. As I said, it's a little awkward. Blender's the way it handles with the camera, but anyway, just move that out, and then I gotta rotate it. All right, so I'm gonna rotate with the camera selected, tap R, then middle mouse, and it's now kind of like freehand rotating around. So I'll just move it up slightly. There we go. Okay, this is just a fool around session. So don't worry if you're making mistakes. We'll get to actual practical building stuff in the next part. I'm just trying to find ways to throw in these like fundamental tools. Rotate, right? So the monkey's head is just, he needs to look dead on at the camera, and currently he's off. Ah, what an excuse to use the rotate tool. So you could enable the rotate tool, right? The familiar axes there. You can click and rotate it around like that. Again, most people prefer to remember the hotkey, which is R to rotate, right? So it's now just freehand rotating the cursor. Remember the axes, as I mentioned before, can be used for any mode. So the X axis will rotate it back and forth. The Y axis,
R, scale S.
There we go, to turn it towards the camera. Just a little bit, right? And there you go, F12. And we've done it. Let's save it. Let's upload it to ArtStation, and then just wait for the recruiters, essentially. All right, let's start a new scene so that we can get ready for part 2, where we can actually start building our donut and learning some of the more.
It rotates only on the camera angle?
So, as before, let's, well, first of all, just to repeat, make sure you're working with a new scene. completely new seed on any remaining monkey heads.
Why?
Let's begin fresh slate, and let's delete our default cube, just with the delete key,
Oh.
and let's replace it with a new object. You might remember the hotkey for that is Shift A. And as I mentioned before, you usually want what is underneath mesh, because these are your primitives. So we want to start with something that most resembles what it is we're building. If it was a house, you might start with a cube. If it was a vase, you might start with a cylinder. In our case, we want the donut-shaped one, although mathematicians call it a torus for some reason. So let's add that. Now if I zoom in by scrolling up, you can see we have something resembling a donut.
Immediately. It's just saving. I immediately got the hotkey for adding stuff. Will it give me a hotkey if I hover over it? Dang, it will. Yes.
It looks like a pretty weak looking donut, you know, very flimsy. Looks like the donut before it's cooked when they just drop it into the vat and it's just this little wispy thing. So immediately after you do some actions in Blender, you have options to change it. And the options are hidden down here in the bottom left hand corner. You see a little box. If you click that box, you see options. And look, we can change the dimensions of our torus. Now,
Box? Huh?
the options are hidden down here in the bottom left hand corner. When you see a little box, if you click that box, you see options. And look, we can change the dimensions of our torus. Now, something to note is that these options in Blender only appear immediately after you have done that action. If you do another action, like say deselect your torus by mistake, it's gone, right? Because Blender has assumed you have moved on, you've accepted the state of your donut, and this is the one you want, right? And if you haven't done anything drastic or changed this object in some severe way, you can temporarily bring it back by hitting F9. I never actually remember that hotkey. I just remember that immediately after I have added an object, if I want to tweak it, now's my chance before I move on to something else. Okay, so we can change, the size of it here. We can also change the resolution. I'll use the term resolution loosely. To make it higher or lower fidelity. And a mistake that a lot of beginners make, and I say this because this was the exact mistake I made way back in 2003 when I started learning Blender, is they go, well, I need a realistic looking donut, so I guess I need to go really high resolution. I remember one of my first projects was for a high school film project, and I wanted to have a close-up of a face. Didn't realize faces were going to be difficult, but I went really high poly, and then it was just an absolute nightmare to work with. So the reason you don't want this is that, for starters, things that are high poly are very slow to render, and they're very hard to work with if you want to tweak the shape of it. But also, as you learn and you grow with 3D, you'll discover that it is a lot easier to add resolution to something later on, but it's very difficult to take it away if you've already built it into it and you don't need it. So, long way to say, what we actually want is to have as few polys, these are called polys, as you can get away with. So I'm going to go with 32 major and 12 minor. Don't worry that it looks all jagged, because we will fix that in a moment. Now, the major and minor, this is really up to you, but I find that something that looks it's kind of chunky, like a fat donut, just looks really delicious. So I'm going with something around about this size, okay? And once I'm happy with this, once I'm ready to click off, I click off, the options are gone, and this is it. This is the donut that I am now working with. So how do we make this look higher resolution, less jagged? Well, one way is to use smooth shading. So if you right-click with your object selected, go to Shade Smooth. And look at that, this is immediately better. Without getting too technical, this is kind of a fakery. It's sort of like the shader is telling the renderer that this is a really high poly dense mesh when it really isn't. It's just basically kind of like averaging out faces, and anyway, it's very technical, but basically it's not going to add anything to your render time, but it's going to look smoother. And so this is generally what you want for something that is smooth and organic looking like we want. If you were rendering like architectural or like hard surfaces, like later on we're going to put this on a counter, then the object would obviously want to be flat. But in our case, we're just going to use Shade Smooth. But you might notice that looking at this, especially if you go side on, that you've got this sort of jagged shape around here, right? So the silhouette is really breaking that illusion that this is a high poly or a smooth looking donut. But thankfully, rather than adding all of that complex density into the mesh itself and then making it hard to move later on, there's another way through modifiers. So if we go over here to our properties, right, this very confusing, lots of option looking properties, click on the wrench, and this is the section called modifiers. And this is one of those object dependent things. So if you've got your camera selected, you won't see it. So it's only when you've got actual meshes that you might see this modifier here. So it's much easier to explain if we just add one. So up here, add modifier, and you've got a range of options here that can do a whole number of things. The one we're looking for is underneath generate, and it is called subdivision surface. And it is a really common modifier that you use all the time. In fact, it's so common, it's actually, you can just immediately add it to any object by hitting Control 1. But don't do that because we've already got it, so there. Now, some of you might have just discovered your donut has disappeared. If that is the case, you need to go to Edit, Preferences, and then underneath Viewport, where it's got Subdivision at the very bottom, disable GPU subdivision. That will then make the subdivision perform on your CPU instead of your GPU, which is maybe non-existent or not performing, whatever. But disable that and it should appear. But if it's already working for you, don't disable it. Keep it going because GPU will be faster. So what exactly is this doing? Well, it's a lot easier to explain if we look at the shade flat mode, because we're not being tricked by the smooth shading here. If I set this levels viewport to 0, this is our original mesh. This is before we add the subsurface essentially. When we increase this, you can see that it is adding resolution to our mesh. And the more I increase this viewport levels here, the finer and finer that detail becomes. So to explain, it is adding resolution to 0. This is our original mesh. This is before we add the subsurface essentially. When we increase this, you can see that it is adding resolution to our mesh. And the more I increase this viewport levels here, the finer and finer that detail becomes. So to explain, because this is such a very, very common modifier, it's kind of important to understand how it's working. You can see that this is these squares here, these are called faces, by the way. And for each one of these faces here, as I add a level, you can see it's becoming 4 faces, right? And then now if I zoomed in on this one face here, if I do another level, that's now become 4 faces. And then if I zoom in again, it's now become 4 faces. So it's exponentially adding detail. And you might also know that it is smoothing it out as well. Like this jagged edge that we've got here, you can see now becomes smoother. So quickly visualize that. If I just draw, like imagine you've got like a 90-degree corner, right? Like this. If you add a subsurface modifier, what it's going to do is it's going to add a point here, right? Because this is the extra detail. So it's going to take that point there and it's going to average it out. It's going to average it out between these points. It's going to create another one there, another one there. So you go then from having that really hard corner there to having something that looks a lot smoother. So it's going to take a point and it's also going to change it to make it look smoother, generally speaking. So there we go. So now as I increase this, you can see it's getting smoother and smoother. Now the reason there are two options here, you've got levels viewport and levels render. So reminder, this gray area that we operate in is called our viewport. The render is the pretty version. So as an example, you can see if I just turned it off for the viewport, it looks very jagged. But then for my render, if I increase that to 3, if I do my render, which you can go up there and render image or render the hotkey F12, you can see that that donut is now smooth. When I go back, and you can see it's jagged. So the viewport, you want to generally keep it lightweight, and then the render time, that's where you want to get a really nice looking pretty image. So you want it off. Often have two different levels. In our case, though, I don't really think we need to go beyond one, even for our final pretty image, because this with shade smoothing turned on is good enough, and we're going to be adding more to the scene later on, so we don't want to make it too complex. So this is actually pretty good. Okay, so we have a perfect donut, and that's the problem. It's too perfect. You could spend decades trying to develop a machine in the real world that made a donut this perfect, and you never would. This is so mathematically precise that the eye will always see this as looking fake. So that's actually a problem you learn pretty quickly in 3D, that things that are too perfect just look fake. So you have to spend time making things look misshapen and adding variation there, like you see in the real world, because your eye expects to see it. So how do we do that? How do we make this donut look a little more lumpy and interesting? I do that by changing the mesh itself. So this mode that we are in right now, where we can
Make the music a bit quiet.
click on different objects is called object mode. And I know that because in the top left-hand corner, you can see we are in object mode. But if I click the drop down, you can see I get a number of other options here. And these options, again, will change depending on the object you've got selected. If I've got a lamp, my little light there selected, you can see I've only got object mode. My camera, I've only got object mode. But a mesh will give you extra options here. So let's enter into edit mode. Ooh. Right, now you can see our mesh, our object has become something that looks weird. It's got a bunch of little points on it with lines and very technical. Well, that's because this is actually what the mesh is made up of. These little points here, which you can click on just by selecting, are called your vertices. The singular term is called vertex. I never say that. I like to just call all of them vertices, regardless of whether it's one or two, just because you always get some comments that go, actually, it's called vertex if it is singular. Anyway, so these are called your vertices, and if you have 2 of them joined by a line, that is called an edge, and if you have 4 of them forming a face, then it's called a face. So with these, I can quickly change the shape of my object by using the same hotkeys as before, and if I want to move this, then I would simply tap G, right? And you can see it's now attached to my cursor, and if I want to confirm its movement, I just do a single left click, and there it is. Now if I go back into object mode, like that, you can see that my mesh has changed, okay? And by the way, the hotkey for jumping in and out of object and edit mode is just tab, okay? So you can see it's just toggling between those 2 modes because it's so common that you want to just quickly change things that it's just easily accessible by that. Now, this is okay, right? But you can see it's got like some artifacting. It's not the greatest lump, right? So how do we make it a little more natural? Well, I mean, you could, you move one, drag it out, okay, click, and then I move the next one next to it, right? I'll move that out, and then I'll move this one out a little bit, and then I move this one. And it's like, okay, well now I've got the thing, but it took me like 5 actions. Ridiculous, right? No one wants to do that. No one's got time for that. Thankfully, there is a tool in Blender just for this, and it's called proportional editing. And you can enable it up there in your toolbar. So if you enable that, now if I hit
Proportional editing.
in Blender just for this, and it's called proportional editing. And you can enable it up.
Okay, his screen is tiny. That's why I barely see.
There in your toolbar. So if you enable that, now if I hit G and I move it out, you'll see I get a little ring around my cursor there, and that is now changing the mesh around it. Now, a lot of people in the previous tutorials were like, I don't see what's going on. You have to have something selected first, and then when you hit G, you will see that little circle of influence. Okay, now this circle of influence, if I scroll down, sorry, if I scroll up, you can see it's shrinking its circle of influence. If I scroll down, it is expanding its influence. So it's only going to affect what is in that ring there, okay? If you are on, if you don't have a mouse with a scroll wheel, you can also change the influence by using page up and page down. And if you don't have page up or page down because you're on a Mac keyboard, then what you would have to do is go to key map and then change your page up and page down to something else, just so that you can get around that. But guys, you gotta get a mouse. Get a mouse with a scroll wheel. I think they're, I don't know, 50 cents or just in the nearest landfill somewhere. Get a mouse because it's gonna make your life in 3D a lot easier. Okay, so with this, I can now make quick work of lumpy shapes, okay? So I just drag that out, okay? I've got a little lumpy shape there. Maybe I go down here and I pull this up just by hitting G, moving it up, okay? So already this is looking a little more natural, right? Because even if we were making a stylized world for a Pixar movie or something like that, you can't have just a spherical looking donut, sorry, spherical, round looking circular donut, because it just, your eye will see it as fake. So very quickly, I'm able to add a little bit of variation to the donut, just all around it, just a little bit over here. And you can see that I am just changing my circle of influence depending on what size of a lump I want to make. So I just want to make like a little bit that sticks out. I can make a small circle just by scrolling up, like that. You just want to do that until you get something that looks a little more natural. You might want to make the inner part as well. We just drag that in with a smaller circle, and that's pretty good. Let's just have a look from the top. I might actually just drag that out, make it a little bit more like that. But there you go, that's pretty good for a donut. It's still kind of simple, it's not too detailed, but it's got just enough variation in it that it's more interesting to look at. Oh, one more thing I forgot to mention. Go back into edit mode with tab. Donuts, when they're sitting in the little vat thing, right, they're only like half submerged, then they have to be flipped. But it means that the bit that's nearest to the surface is getting less heat. So essentially what I'm saying is the bit that's around the donut, the circumference of it, is usually a little bit flatter. So donuts aren't like perfectly round all the way around, they're usually a little bit flatter. So what I want to do is I want to select these vertices along here, and then I want to shrink them. Now I could go around one by one like this, which is actually what I used to do when I was learning Blender pre-YouTube days, and there was no tutorials. What I would do this if I wanted to select this. Silly, because there's a function, a tool for that, and it is edge select. So if you hold down Alt on your keyboard and then do a single left click on not the points, but on the edge, like this little line here, you can see it's selected all the way around. So it's anything that's connected along that line is now selected. So if I want to shrink this, right, what would I do? Well, I mean, yeah, you can like move it around, right? We want to shrink it. We want to change the scale of it. So we would use the hotkey S for scale. So S, and I'm going to scale that in. And I actually don't want proportional editing, so I'm going to turn that off and now scale in. And just make it a little bit flatter. And there you go. See, it just feels a little bit more natural. It looks a little bit closer to what a donut looks like. And by the way, don't worry if yours doesn't look exactly like this, like your lump is a little bit off. Like some people get a little bit too precious with it, you try to match exactly everything I do. Like I'm just working on the fly as well. So just make what you think looks good. Maybe you think this is not misshapen enough and you want to add more, go for it. Because it might actually turn out better than what mine is. Now before we move to the next part, how to save. How to save. Blender, very, very easy. Just go save as and you just get one file. It's called .blend. Very literal file extension. Really pushing the limits of what a file extension can be. That's almost a word, Blender. Anyway, .blend, and that's it. And then next time you open it up, it's exactly like it. It's not like a ZBrush where you got like 4 or 5 different ways to save a project or an object or a tool or a hate ZBrush. Okay, that's how you save. Now, also finally, I would say if you need help, because I know if you're stuck and then you leave a YouTube comment, you might not get a reply. If you want immediate help, I've got a Discord, so I'll put the link below. So there's like a little channel in there where you can just ask for specific donut help. So if you're having issues, feel free to jump into that. And also, guys, don't beat yourself up. Like 3D is definitely has like a steep-ish learning curve. So you're in that steep slope right now, and it's really common. Like a lot of this stuff is very foreign. 3D is very unique. It's very different to a lot of 2D tools.
I think
like, it's definitely achievable to learn and self-learn at home. You don't have to go to school. You don't have to pay for a tutor. It's really easy to get help online nowadays. So do make use of that Discord. Post comments as well in the YouTube comments if you want to. But I hope to stay with it. So if you're ready to jump to the next part, this to our icing. So we can do that with a solidify modifier. So adding another modifier. Make sure you forgot to mention. Go back into edit mode with tab. Donuts when they're sitting in the little vat. Did you guys know that Blender 4.0 had a change that makes it more realistic by default? Or that there's a new technology that is going to expand the uses for 3D exponentially? Well, you would if you were on my free newsletter called This Week in 3D. It's an email from me once a week with 3 to 5 things that I found interesting.
I think that I'm gonna like skip some parts of the videos that are interesting for me currently, and then afterwards I will try to like do something myself, because this is like
part 1, we've got our nice looking donut, and now we're going to make that icing, which looks complex, but it's actually fairly simple. Now, as I mentioned before, if you want to add an object, you go Shift A, right? And then you start with something that resembles what you're trying to create. But we already have something that resembles the exact shape we want to create. It's the donut, because we want the icing around the donut. So let's just reuse this information. So we can do that by duplicating the object. And if you don't know the hotkey for it, you can just go Object, and then you find it here, where it says Shift D. So Shift D. Now, when you hit that, you are in a placement state, essentially. Like it's duplicated, and it's now saying, where do you want to place it? Now, in our case, and actually often, you don't actually want to change its placement. You want to duplicate it exactly where it was. So you can cancel the movement by hitting Escape or right-clicking. Now, when you do that, it looks like it's canceled the duplication, but you can see in your outliner, it has duplicated it. You've got 2 objects, but it's just in the exact same place, which is what we want. So first things first, we need to name them, or else we could get very confused very easily. So you can name an object by just double-clicking it in the outliner, and then just typing in the object. The other way, you can name something. I'll just show you the second way. If you select the Taurus 0.001, that's your icing object. If you're in the 3D view, where your cursor, is over the 3D viewport, if you hit F2, that's another very quick way that you can name something without having to go up to the outliner to find your object. So with our icing object selected, let's go into edit mode by hitting tab. So we want the icing on the top, which means this bottom half of our mesh here is redundant. Don't need it. So we want to delete it. So if we just drag over the bottom here, you can see it looks like we've selected the bottom half of our donut, but if you were to move around, you would see, oh, we haven't actually. It's only selected, annoyingly, what is facing the camera. Where there's a mesh, it's not gone through the mesh. A lot of users find this annoying. I agree. Sometimes it seems like that would be the more default one that would make more sense, but anyway, don't argue. So if you want to select through a mesh, you can go up to here in your top navigation, toggle X-ray. If you turn that on, it's going to enable you to see through the mesh. And now,
that's right.
a mesh, you can go up to here in your top navigation, toggle X-ray. If you turn that on, it's going to enable you to see through the mesh. And now, when I drag over it, you can see that I have selected all through the mesh as I move around it. By the way, you might find it like when you're in this state, it's kind of hard to select, like it's easy to kind of accidentally select what is above it, and depending on what you've got at your end, that might have happened already. So another way to easily just look directly on the side-on of your donut is to just click one of these, like in your
well, like I do that already with Alt. I figured out a better way.
And now we're in that state. You can see it's flattened it, so it's put you in orthographic mode, which actually you can toggle to at any time, just over there, which just makes it easier to just do a single, all the way through the mesh, select. All right. Okay. All right. So we want to delete that. So just hit the delete key. You get an extra option here of what you want to delete: edges, faces. You want the vertices. That's everything. And now we have, if we go back to object mode, and then let's turn off toggle X-ray as well, and you can see it's working. You got half the donut on top of itself, but as you move around, you can see you get some flickering. Now, this flickering happens, and it's actually a very common, it's actually a good warning sign to you as an artist, because it means you've got faces on top of faces, and the 3D software doesn't know which face it wants to render, right? So it's like sometimes saying it's the front face, no, the back face, the front face, and there's no understanding. Sometimes you can actually spot it in TV shows and like VFX or like low budget stuff. You can see something flickering in the background. I'm like, ooh, there it is, Z fighting. That's why it's Z fighting, or Z fighting, if you're American. So it's not your donut. And then here we've got add modifier. We're gonna go generate solidify. Okay, now it's made it worse. It's actually added a thickness to our mesh there, but it's actually done it the wrong way. So with the normals, it was It's trying to put the extra bit inside the donut. So we can change that by just changing the offset here in the solidifier settings. Just drag that all the way to 1. Some of you might have actually found that it was correct before, just depending on which way your normals were. If that's the case, keep it at -1, but everyone else keep it at 1. We just want to make sure it's actually outside. Okay. Let's just increase the thickness a little bit too. Let's go, 0.025, that looks pretty good. And great, we've got what looks like a yarmulke on our donut, a perfectly straight edge little hat for our donut. So let's make this look more like icing. So the edge is wavy all the way around. So to do this, this is where we get into the fancy, finger magic, because you're typing lots of keys. Anyway, go into edit mode, and we can see straight away that we can't see the mesh, and that's because the solidify modifier is obstructing our view. So these little boxes here, as I mentioned before, like this is to hide it from viewport, but if you want to just hide it from your edit mode, which is the state that we're in right now, the box next to it is the one that you uncheck, which means in object mode, when you're tabbed in object mode, you can still see it, but edit mode, it's temporarily hidden for you. So if I was to select one of these points here and move it down, you can see that it's working, but it would be, again, a lot of effort to go round and round and do these one by one. So we want to use that old familiar proportional fall-off tool again. So proportional editing on, and now as I move it down, let's just lower the slider way down here, and then let's pull this down. Okay, now we'll find issues. If we move to the side here, we can see the first issue we discovered is that this is separating from our mesh here, and that's not what icing does. When it dribbles down, it follows the shape of the donut all the way down. So what we want to do is snap, undo it a number of times, snap the vertices to our donut underneath it. Right. So for that we need to turn on snapping up here. Okay, now there are a number of ways to snap in Blender. The default way is increment, which just means the like the grid floor there. Like if you were to just like move it around, you can see it's just snapping to the grid floor. Not helpful. But we want to snap it to the face. And now with face snapping enabled. Well, if we move this down, we can see, let's just look here, that the bottom bit is snapping to the face, but as you might have seen, the top bits, the rest of essentially what is inside of our circle of influence with this proportional editing, that's not being affected. Only the little point that we had selected was affected. So that's not what we want either. Normally that would be enough, but in this particular case, we want to also snap individual elements too. And let's go face project. Now, when we pull this down,
Oh. Mm-hmm. I'm understanding. Okay.
you should see that these are also no longer clipping through the donut. But still, we have issues. Why is that? Well, it is actually working correctly. We can see these are not going through the mesh. So why does it look like it is? The reason for that is that there's actually just not enough information here. So if we go side on, you can see, right, like we've got this point here, and we've got another point down here, and then we've got this long stretch in between, right? So that means that this part of the donut, oh gosh, it goes, that goes around like that, is just not, there's nothing to snap it to, essentially. So what we need to do to fix this is just add more geometry. So these little vertices here, we need more of those vertices. So we can do that by actually using the subdivision surface modifier. Because although it is a modifier, you can apply the modifier. And the modifier currently is adding geometry, so let's just apply it. So to apply it, we just click this little drop down here next to the modifier, and then go apply. Now, if we, nothing should have changed from this view because the same information is being displayed. But in edit mode, you should now see exponentially more faces because here, where
Oh.
there was one face
Oh.
before, you can...
Hello? Oh, thank you, Sir X, for following with Prime. Donut. Well, hello. Also, yes, I missed a bit of messages. Hi, Zurix. I am struggling. Well, actually, no, I'm not struggling. I'm just starting. Just starting. 41 minutes later. I actually have already enough info to fuck around, but I want to see a bit more.
You can see this now. A lot more. Right. 4x. Okay, 4x. Okay. So now if we pull down, we should see it is snapping. And if we go into this mode, you can see that it's now conforming to the mesh in a much more snug way, because there's information there for it to use. Now this shading artifact here, you can see this, don't worry about that, we'll fix that in just a moment. But I need to show you, because I've shown you like 4 things that we need to enable for this to work. I'm going to show you one more, because if I pull down, and if I scroll up, you'll see something. Okay, if I were to click, we get this horrible problem here. And I've done this tutorial enough, and enough people have hit this issue that I need to call it out specifically, because it seems to be a big point that a lot of people just don't know where to go from. What's happened is if we use what's called the circle of influence for our proportional editing, if that is so high, it's actually high enough to reach the mesh on the other side of the donut. And because we've got snapping, it's now projecting that, snapping it to the front, which is creating this like something that's a nightmare to fix. I mean, in fact, it's easy to start from scratch than to try to fix that. So if we want, sorry, there's a lot of noise. To fix this, we need to hide the part of the mesh that we don't want to be influenced by our proportional tool, right? So to do that, there is an easy way to do it. We can actually do it very precisely. So with this middle bit of our donut here, if I just hold down Alt and then do a left click, as I mentioned before, that selects the ring, okay? And we could do that all the way up, but actually there's a little, I don't know, it's an Easter egg. It's kind of a cool tool that not many people know about. Control plus. That will enable the select more tool. And if you use Control plus, Control minus goes the other way, you can see that it's expanding out. So Control plus will just like select the next vertex along a chain, roughly speaking. And you can see we can very quickly select all the parts of the mesh that we don't need, right? Very cool. By the way, if Control plus doesn't work for you because you're on a laptop or something else, select more, less. You can also do it here. Anyways, to hide this part of the mesh, it's H for hide. So when you're in this state, it looks as though it's been deleted. It's very, sometimes you don't know where part of your mesh and you forgot that you've got hide turned on. If parts of your mesh are hidden and you want to bring it back, it's Alt H. So H to hide and then Alt H to bring it back. Or if you can't remember it for whatever reason, you can also find it. Okay, it's on the mesh. There we go.
Okay, that's good to know.
Or hide selected. Okay, so that's the other way. But you can get my keyboard shortcut. It's in the link. It's free. Just use that and then you won't forget all of these handy shortcuts. All right, so now finally, after all that, after 4 different ways of problems to explain, we can now take part of this mesh.
I couldn't even start the program. What do you mean?
So now we get to now finally be an artist and go like, what sort of edge or what sort of icing do I want to make this look like? So what I'm doing here, by the way, is I'm hitting G to pull it down, and then I'm just single middle click, and then because my cursor is closest to the Z-axis, it's now snapping it to the Z-axis. So that's why I mentioned before that it's really handy. You don't have to think of the letter and type it in. You just go in the general direction you want to go, and then just tap the middle click of the which is your scroll wheel, right? Middle click. It's such a weird button. You have to call it out. It's the scroll wheel button. Because like no other application seems to use it besides scrolling. But Blender is like, no, we're going to use it for like 90% of the operations. It's going to be middle click. But anyways, as you can see, I'm not paying particularly too much attention to it. But I'm just making a wavy looking shape around it. You might also want to make some bits that go the opposite direction, right? And then maybe pull. So you've got like big shapes as well as medium shapes and some small shapes. Big, medium, small. It's the recipe for appealing.
Immediately forgot how he selects a line.
Anyways, as I mentioned before, that selects the ring. Okay, good way to do it. We can actually do it very precisely. So with this middle bit of our donut here, if I just hold down Alt and then do a left click, as people know, not me.
Alt.
Okay, work. What sort of icing do I want to make this look like? So what I'm doing here, by the way, is I'm hitting G to pull it down, and I'm just single middle click, and then because my cursor is closest to the Z-axis, it's now snapping it to the Z-axis. So that's why I mentioned before that it's really handy. You don't have to think of the letter and type it in. You just go in the general direction you want to go, and then just tap the middle click of the which is your scroll wheel, right? Middle click. It's such a weird middle. Now, you don't know where part of your mesh and you forgot the bit about Control plus. To hit and you want to bring it back, it's Alt H. So H to hide and then Alt H to bring it back. Or if you can't remember it for whatever reason, you can also find it. Okay, it's underneath mesh. There we go. Mesh. Reveal hidden.
Oh, it's only the numpad plus. Okay.
All right, so now finally, after all that, after 4 different ways of problems to explain, we can now take part of this mesh and drag it down, and it will work correctly. So now we get to now finally be an artist and go like, what sort of edge or what sort of icing do I want to make this look like? So what I'm doing here, by the way, is I'm hitting G to pull it down, and then I'm just single middle click, and then because my cursor is closest to the Z-axis, it's now snapping it to the Z-axis. So that's why I mentioned before that it's really handy. You don't have to think of the letter and type it in. You just go in the general direction you want to go, and then just tap the middle click of the which is your scroll wheel, right? Middle click. It's such a weird button. You have to call it out. It's the scroll wheel button. It's like no other application seems to use it besides scrolling. But Blender is like, no, we're going to use it for like 90% of the operations. It's going to be middle click. But anyways, as you can see, I'm not paying particularly too much attention to it. But I'm just making a wavy looking shape around it. You might also want to make some bits that go the opposite direction, right? And then maybe pull. So you've got like big shapes as well as medium shapes and some small shapes. Big, medium, small. It's the recipe for appealing design. Big, medium, and small details. But I digress. By the way, I should mention, if you're stuck, don't feel bad, because there was certainly a lot of finickiness going on with this donut here, and we're definitely in the steep part of that curve at the moment. Do make use of my Discord if you are stuck. I created it literally so that people could get instantaneous help. I don't have any other benefit for it, so it's there so that you can find help. Link is in the description, and there's a donut help chat room where you can post screenshots of your problem, and then people can help each other out. So do make use of that. Now, our shading issue here, this darkened edge, is actually going to fix itself by fixing another issue. So it's a 2 birds, 1 solution kind of problem. This 90-degree edge here for this icing, not ideal. Everybody knows that a real icing would create like a rounded edge there, right? So we can fix that just by adding another subsurf modifier. Because you might remember I mentioned, like, yes, if you've got 3 vertices, it'll create like another vertex here, another vertex here, but it'll also like round it out. It'll pull this one back, so you end up with a rounded corner. So right here in your modify stack, we're going to add modify, generate subdivision surface. Now, the order of these does matter. Okay, you want your solidify at the top and the subdivision after. So Blender works top to bottom, and it's important it's in this way because you want the extrusion to happen first, and then in order to round that edge, it has to happen as a secondary step. So solidify on top, subdivision underneath. Now, whilst we're here and we're looking at the close-up, nice little profile of this edge of this icing, another issue to call it, you can see it's got this this shape that goes around. Yes, so far so good, but then it goes up. And it's like, it'll be better if it went around and then tucked in and touched the edge, because that would look more like real liquid would. So we can solve that by just changing one of the settings in the solidify modify. It's not one of those things that you would figure out or know where it is. It's just over time you learn where some of these settings are. But essentially here, the edge data. So we want to change the edge data to say that before you do the solidify step, add a crease on the inner part right here. If we increase this all the way to 1, it now creates a sharpened edge just on that inner part there. So the rest of it is a smooth edge, but the middle one, there's a crease, so it's making a sharp edge there. And it just gives it just a little bit more realism. Just looks a little bit closer to what you would imagine real icing would do. Okay, now for the cool bit. All right, so if you look at reference to donuts, right, yes, you've got these little wavy bits, but where the icing is really liquidy, it'll often break off from this wave here, and it'll create a trail that goes down underneath the donut, right? It just drips all the way down. Whoops, off my phone. So we can do that, but not the way we were doing it before. If we just took one of these points and like dragged it all the way down like that, there wouldn't be enough information there, right? You can see you just get this like stretched look, and it doesn't look great, okay? So essentially we need to give it more information. And we couldn't just do it by like adding more and more subdivision stuff. So we need to actually like break this shape here and create a new shape that goes down. So we need to extrude. So if I select this vertex and then the one next to it by holding down shift, I don't think I mentioned it, but yeah, if you want to select 2 things at once, shift, select. Anyways, so if we select 2 vertices like that, we want to extrude it downward by hitting E. So when you tap E, it's similar to G in that you're in a placement state now, saying where do you want to place this. So I'm going to move it down to, yeah, like about there where I want the trail to stop, and I'm just going to do click, left click, and it's now placed it there. Now, if I...
Okay. Oh, okay. But it follows, okay. Why do I try zoom sideways? I know that doesn't work in programs. Like, every time I zoom, I try to move right to left. It's up and down. Am I so stupid? So. Oh. Okay.
It's hard to see it, but if I just switch to wireframe, you can see what it's doing. So it's created this breakaway shape here, an entirely new face that's completely separate to what we've got there currently. And what this means is if we go to object mode, you can see it's not just like continuing this form here, it's pulled it down, right? Which is exactly what we want. And in fact, I want to go even further than that. So I'm going to select those 2 vertices, I'm going to pull it down again, and I'll do it again. And the reason I've done this 1, 2, 3 is that this detail here is important so that it conforms to the shape of the donut. Because if there's not enough, you're going to have that clipping issue that I showed you earlier. So that's pretty good. And now we're going to do it again. Originally in my earlier versions of the donut, I only did like one of these, but then I noticed that in the render, the final render, it's often the most interesting part of the donut. So now I'm thinking, yeah, just do it all the way around the donut. Just add the bit that looks cool. Add more of that. So here, so wherever there's essentially like a big dip is what I'm looking for. Like where the liquid would sort of build up and then like the surface tension there would be just too much and then it would break away. Then we go down underneath like that. And we'll do another one here, why not? Like that, and down, and down. And that's pretty good. Haha, lovely. So that concludes, finally, this heavy part of the tutorial. So if you're ready to watch the next part, hope you're not giving up, you can click there on the screen and I'll see you there. Make sure you hit subscribe as well if you have.
Just. Why does it look so weird? Okay. Okay.
Haven't, a large number of you don't, but if you want to
Donut.
see tutorials,
Hello,
that's what we do.
John
Thanks, guys. See you
Maui.
next time. Congrats, you didn't give up, you made it to part 4, you clicked on the next part of it. There's always like less viewers each video as you go down. So you're here, well done, thumbs up. As you can tell by the title of this video, we're going to learn about sculpting. But first, I should call out, if you have a problem with your mesh now, those problems can be amplified the further you go along. So it helps to do a technical check now, make sure you don't have any problems before we move along. So to look for it, go into edit mode. And first of all, by the way, if you can't see that middle part of your mesh, it's because remember we temporarily hit it, so you can bring it back by hitting Alt-H, and that will bring back the rest of the mesh. And then we're looking for issues with the mesh, like right here. So this is a really common problem following this tutorial, because when you're projecting parts of the mesh, if it was like side onto the camera, it will project it that way, and you can have like overlapping parts of the mesh. So that creates this artifact here, which will be exaggerated when you add more detail to it. So we just want to drag that back. So turn on snapping, and I'll keep proportional turned off, and I'm just going to move this back over here just to move each of these points back. Another very common problem is you might have parts that have separated from your mesh. Now you can quickly fix this if you just like select the point and then hit G to move it. When you're in that state, it's also snapping it to the mesh. Now you can do that all the way along. Like select, tap G, then click, select, tap G, then click. But that's anybody's got time for that. Let's make Blender do the work for us. So there's a tool that's just designed for this, and it's called the shrink wrap modifier. So over to our trusty modifier stack, we're going to add yet another modifier. So add modifier. It's not under generate, it's under deform, which we haven't accessed before. New modifiers. Ooh, what we're looking for is shrink wrap. And first of all, hasn't done anything because it needs to know what the target is. What is the mesh that we're shrink wrapping our mesh to? So with this little eyedropper tool, you can see when you clicked it, my cursor's changed to an eyedropper. And now if I hover over objects, I got the name of it. So I want to click on the object that is the donut, and now it's snapped to the donut and made it worse. Why, Andrew, would you make us do that? Remember, the order of your modifier stack matters. So the reason this happened is because we've done it after the slid file. So if it works top to bottom, we want the shrink wrap to happen before any of the extrusion happens. So now that it's there, it's correct, and this is what it looks like before, and this is after. And it's subtle, right? And you'll probably see this across your mesh, like little subtle changes where maybe it just separated off the mesh, which wasn't quite a perfect alignment, but this will just correct that. So great, we don't need this here now. We can just apply it because it was just a once-off operation, and now all our mesh should be perfectly flat. And assuming you haven't got any other issues going on, again, make sure you use my Discord. If you do have issues and you need someone to help, make use of the community. So use that and post your problem, and I'm sure people can help out. All right, so we want to do some sculpting. Now, why do we want to sculpt? Well, because if you look at reference photos of donuts with icing on them, you'll see that icing is obviously a liquid, and liquid does weird things. One of the weird things that it does is that it will pool in certain areas. It's not like a uniform amount all the way on it. So the most obvious thing, like at the end of this trail here, there would be more that would accumulate at the end there. And I think the reason for it is that because it's a viscous fluid, once it runs out of enough fluid, there's not enough to kind of push it forward, but there's enough for it to build up. So you would have like a build up here on each of these ends, but you would also have build-ups all along the edge. And you can see it in reference photos. Like here, we've got this like clear, was like a glaze, and basically the areas there where it looks whiter, that's a thickened area. So we essentially want to replicate that across our donut. So we can't do that currently. Like if you go into edit mode, we don't have any mesh to work with because the extrusion, the thickened part, is happening via this modifier. So we need to make the modifier real. So again, we're just going to apply it. Drop down, apply. Now in edit mode, we have that part of the mesh to work with. So we could, if you wanted to, come in here and like select the points that you want to add, you know, a bulge to, and then very carefully come in and tap G, and then, oh, I've got snapping, turn it off, pull this out, right? Go like that and go, yep, there's a little bulge there, but that's very tedious. To first select a point, then tap a key to move it. It's very tedious. So that's really, like, you just need to use another tool to do the job. So edit mode is one tool, and it's good for like very precise things when you need to get precise things, but for more like organic shapes, more freehand stuff, that's where sculpting comes in. So at the top here, we've just been flipping between object and edit mode, but the one underneath it is sculpt mode. So when we go into that mode, you'll see that we have on the left-hand side all of these tools that appear. And I mean, this isn't a sculpting like tutorial really, we're just really gonna scratch the surface, but they do different things, different sculpting things. Like let's just use the default tool here. Can't really see much happening. Let's just turn up the strength and the size of it. Like it just pulls out that part of it. And even that quick little one stroke, imagine if you had to select each of those points and pull them out one by one. Like that's why this tool is the appropriate tool for this kind of job, right? Because it's very quickly going to enable us to add lots of complex shape. Very cool. So the tool that we're looking for is actually this one, the inflate brush, which is just conveniently the I hotkey, inflate. By the way, if you want to change the size of brushes in Blender, I mean, you've got these ones here, you've also got the strength slider here, but there's a hotkey just to change the size of the brush with F. So F to change the size of the brush, and you just pull out with your cursor, make it bigger, and then pull in to reduce it, and then with a single left click to confirm. You can also change the strength with Shift F. So Shift F, pull out, click, and then Shift F, pull in, click. Anyways, so if I was to draw on this, you can see that I'm inflating that edge. I can also inflate here. But you very quickly realize, like, look at that. Look at that. What is that, right? The eye is going to see that. There's a pro tip. Your eye is, like, if you're going low res, don't go low res for things that are round, because your eye is very quickly going to spot low poly things. Just last night I was playing Spider-Man, the Miles Morales one, and there was, like, this coffee cup that was on a table, and, and it looks fine, like, as a background asset, but then part of it, the mission, you have to go up and read something on the table, and you have to get close to this coffee cup, and it was like 8 vertices. It just looked like a nut on a wheel of a car, right? Just like that jagged. So, anyways, what I'm saying is this is a rounded form, so we need more information, we need more detail to sculpt on. The reason this is jagged, and the reason there's not enough detail here, is that just even though we have a subsurf modifier, a subdivision modifier, it's applying it after we do the sculpt mode. So when you're in sculpt mode, it's still just using your raw mesh here, and then it does this as a secondary step. So if we want to sculpt into this detail, we need to apply this. So I'm going to use more than one. I'm going to use 2 because I want to have even more detail. So importantly, by the way, if you're applying a subdivision modifier, even though you've got 2 levels here, it will always use just the viewport. So your render amount here could be whatever, but when you hit apply, it's just going to apply whatever is in the viewport. So I'm going to go 2 levels and hit apply. Now look at this. Ooh. We have 16 times the detail because we had level 1, which would be 4x, a 4x multiply, and then 4x, a 4x, 16. So we have 16 times the vertices to play with. So now when we go into sculpt mode, look at it now. When we sculpt, look at that. So much more room to work with, and much more fun. So now that I'm in that state, I'm going to just do little circles with this brush on each of these points here. And the reason I'm doing like little circles like this is that by default the stroke state is what is it, space. You can switch it to airbrush if you want, and then you can just click and hold it there. But I find that to actually be like harder to control, so I just keep it in space mode, and then just do like little circles, and then that enables you to just kind of continue adding more pressure as you move your mouse. So a little circle like that, and there you go. Very quickly, already we have a more interesting looking shape.
I think I'm ready to fuck around and find out.
I think it's technically they're called brushes. But anyways, another one you use all the time is grab, and conveniently it's the hotkey G. And what this does is just like pushing clay with your finger. It's like it's really cool. And the reason I'm doing this is I'm actually just
because I'm not planning to do anything on the organic. I'm not planning to do anything organic, and when I'm gonna get to like something that is like material roughness, stuff like that, I think then I can just like fine. This. I'm gonna be back real quick. Okay. Look, these two. We'll have an empty room. Cylinder. We will rotate. No. Wrong rotation. Well, who isn't a inconvenient button to see? Why is that? Why is that not 90? Oh. Okay, this is why it's not 90. Okay. There. So. Here. No. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Is there any like size data about this thing? Mm-hmm. Yes, and this changes. Not trying to do anything on accuracy right now, but still. So let's do. It's 100 by winning. It makes a mallet. To think about it. No. Somewhat like the idea of a long donut. That's just called breadsticks. I think this thing should be twice longer. Metal pipe and blender. There is no hole. This is not a pipe. What we do math. 3 out of 4 do 2.50. Oh, fuck. We fix this number to be zeros. We just make nose. Okay. But this look on this side doesn't look. So I need to subdivide this only in one direction. Will not work. I'm thinking of plan B, actually. Will not be a separated thing. Okay. What we do is we select these fuckers. We E stando. No, we do this. Okay. I really want to move with my WASD. Oh my god. Okay. Again. Okay. Oh no. What's in the blender? My brains. What? Oh. I misclick so oftenly. Brush. Yeah, a brush. Don't worry about it. Controls are kinda ass, but I can get used to that. For example, you cannot rotate while like dragging something. That's awful. Oh my. Okay. Hmm. What do you mean mouse? Huh? What do you mean mouse? People are really thinking I'm gonna be doing something organic. Wow. You are risingly naive. I'm now wondering, what if I select this and this and this? Oh, it worked. Then this mean this did nothing. Oh, this. Oh. No. Well, Korai, you're much closer than everybody else so far. Oh, okay. Oh, no. Hmm. Okay. If I would want to make another circle in the middle, how would I do this? Let's Google that. What did that do? Oh. It cuts in the middle. Oh. Here. Okay. Okay. You're learning. Select. Fucking damn it. I surrender. Okay. No. Okay. But this was the simple part. Now model the tank around it. Exactly. And you think I'm joking? No. Also, I need to poke a grave or something. Yes, who does Shadow Kata? This is an RPG round with a lot less detail. You need to add some detail. No idea. Hmm. How do I mirror? Or why are you building an RPG 7 grenade? Questions. I want. I have an idea. I have a dream. In Helldivers, we have the recoilless rifle. We have the commando. And I think we need something in between. I just alt-tabbed twice for making a weapon. Well, why are you not making a weapon? That's the question. But anyway, we need something in between the recoilless rifle and the commando. Something that is uncontrollable, but something that is still recoilless technology. Or semi-recoilless. So my idea is, what if an RPG... My PNG tuber is not moving. God fucking damn it. What? Oh, my Discord is not happy, like, at all. Huh? Because it depends on Discord. But my Discord is not lighting up. Did Discord decide that I'm just dead? What if we model an STR V103? I have a better idea, Korai. What if I model an STRV in a style of Helldivers with a singular seat, and we will replace the cannon with a recoilless rifle? I just needed to punch it, like, turn it off and on again. When Koala gonna be back and, like, arrive to the stream? You're gonna be like, huh? Or what are you doing? What are you doing? I like recoilless rifles. I like the STR V103. My beloved... Is it the cheese wedge? It is the cheese wedge. This is not as hard as I was thinking. First of all, I'm the Hell Wedge, yes. Helldiver Wedge. Okay. We have the projectile. Well, do we add more details to projectile, or do we raw it for now? I think there's like small triangles here, and I'm wondering, how do I do that? First of all, blender mirror object. So Control M Z, Control M X. Oh, Control M X Z. Fuck, I cannot mirror in two. I cannot mirror in two fucking ways at the same time. Control M. Okay. Control M Z. And huh? What's happening? What? Hmm. Mirror modifier. You want to mirror. What do you want to mirror? I would want to mirror having like I want to mirror it so it's like this direction and this direction does the same. The mod. I also see the mirror here. So if I okay. Oh, I need we change Y, what will change? If I do X, this one would change. If I do Z, it's like not in the, it's in the middle. Oh, okay. It needs to be. Okay. I now own the sow and didn't have to spend a single ounce of my money because of person that gifted me the Hungarian PZIH 2000. Yes. That's good to hear. It's only mirroring other stuff. Okay. So mirroring is kind of useless currently. So don't no problem. Have a good sleep, and we are always welcome for you to be here. Other question is, need to connect these three fuckers. F. Hello, Fox. Now, you will need to add these. F. But doesn't want to. Ooh, I see how it does it. Okay. This. This. Oh, it created a plane automatically. Oh, no, we connected. Wax, how was your workday? Well, I can. Can I select this vertice? Let's delete this. Let's make a hole first. Or bitten. I'm not biting anybody. Not yet, at least. Waiting for my last PC bits to ship or be delivered, but this weather delay doesn't help. Oh, yeah. We just press delete. Delete. Do shit. What's the goal of this model? I want to make an RPG. So, yeah, I didn't finish my story. So we don't have anything in between a recoilless rifle and a commando that is unguided in Helldivers, that has projectile, like, actual curve. And what I'm thinking is, what if we had a lighter version that is the RPG, and versus having the RPG rounds in the backpack, or we would just have the backpack but with a lot more rounds than the recoilless rifle. What if we did have the backpack and the RPG rounds would be just on the side of the RPG, like shells on the side of a shotgun? Doing anything? That sounds very safe. Exactly. Oh. Fuck. There's still a face here. How do I delete this face? What if we need to delete the face one by one? What if we swap two spare commandos on your back? I want finally the game to have some personalized stuff, and one of the things that I definitely would do as a personalized upgrade thing is to have the capability to replace the equipping the backpack with another support weapon. So what I would do, I would just call in the like expandable rocket launchers and just have two of them on me. They're anyway come in with two. Or I would just call in a commando, and then at the moment the timer is up, and if I didn't use the commando before, I'm gonna call in another commando. I think that's amazing way to do it. Anyway, can't figure out how to delete this face. Let's split it into a separate model. Split. Then if I when I place this and select face, it doesn't delete it. Only faces. If I delete edges or vertices, it deletes everything here. Edges also deletes a lot more than I wanted. Why is it not working? Why is this only faces? No, it doesn't do it. Does not do it. That one should have been simple. This one should have... What I need. Because it deletes a lot. Yeah, I'm trying to remove a singular triangle and I'm struggling to do that.
guys, in this video we'll cover deleting vertices, edges. If you're new here, I'd recommend starting at the beginning of the course. New general. And there's no need to save what you are working on unless you roll your mouse wheel forward to scroll in just a little bit or to zoom in a bit. Then let's get into edit mode. Press the tab key on your keyboard to get into edit mode. Then click once in space to deselect everything. Now, we were transforming vertices, edges, and faces in some of our recent lessons, but there might be times that we want to delete geometry to end up figuring out how to get the shape we want. Now, in this case, we're not going to try to create anything in particular. We're just going to talk about how that works. So by default, you're in vertex selection mode. So up there, those top three icons next to the edit mode dropdown, those are for your vertex.
I think the wrong one though. Ah.
Edge and face selection modes. So you're in vertex selection mode. So let's go ahead and click on one vertex. Click on this one here, the upper corner. And then to delete things, we've been using Shift X. So if you hold down Shift and press X, you'll see nothing happens here. So there are times where Shift X is how you get that delete menu. And then there are times where just the letter X alone will work fine. So press X.
What?
Now, you might ask, well, why don't we just press X other times? Go ahead and try it. It usually works. There are times where you're using a tool and X will lock the X direction. So I tend to use Shift X to remind myself that I'm looking to delete things, not lock the X direction. But in the case where Shift X doesn't pop anything up, it's my quick reminder that, oh yeah, I can use X most of the time too. So press X to get that delete menu. And you'll notice that it asks, what do you want to delete here? And there's so many options, but we're using vertex selection mode. So let's go ahead and just pick vertices. So click on it. And you'll notice a bunch of stuff gets deleted. So really all it did was delete one vertex, but that vertex is what here, that's why you lock.
Giving you access to one. Thanks for watching.
On your keyboard. Again, we're not up here. And click on this top edge to select it. It'll turn vertices. Go ahead and do that. Click on vertices. And you'll see that you got rid of edge. You had the faces to X key on your keyboard. And this time pick edges. So we had an edge selection and we know we just want to delete the edges. Click on that. And notice the difference. It only got rid of the edge.
I'm so baffled. Oh, if I select this. Huh? I think I'm gonna. Okay, so this is all the way to when we were selecting this. Okay. If I select this, press X, say edges, it deletes them from both sides. If I select this one, I delete edges, it deletes it.
Edge, but it left behind the two vertices, which meant that all the extra edges and faces could stay behind. So for me, when I'm in vertex selection mode, I tend to delete vertices. When I'm in edge selection mode, I tend to delete edges. You can use some of the other menu options, but it can be a little more on your regular number for the delete menu and pick faces. And if you orbit, you'll notice that you use 3 to switch to face selection and click on the top face. Then press the letter X for the delete menu and pick faces. And if you orbit, you'll know you've added it to the selection.
Okay, I'm back to the chat for. Delete the 2 edges that make the side of the triangle. So delete this. Then I can delete this one. Then I can connect them back. I'm sorry. Because I didn't understand one. I haven't made the cut. That's what he's doing. I couldn't like figure out what you meant by didn't make a cut. Okay. Thank you. I didn't slice the face in 2. Oh, okay. Oh, you accidentally made a new face. So that was a new face on top of the other 2 faces. How do I slice a face then? Do I do like some... Let's see. That's wrong. Press K. And okay, I select these 2. If I press K... Oh. Oh. Okay, I see. And what now? Right click? No. Okay. It sliced a bit fucked up because I misclicked. That's not where I wanted it to go. Here. Okay. And now if I will want to delete the face. Okay, so now it's a face. Okay. Okay. Okay, this makes much more sense. Also the silence. Okay. I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. Then I'll be back. So now it's gonna be real hard because I want to try to copy it. I will try to figure out how to do that. So most probably what I will want to mirror these two. Okay. Hello, Bean Snipe. Just fucking like that so heavily. Okay. This is the center. You can add mirror modifier. I didn't find the mirror modifier. I only found this. Oh, okay. Mirror. Test this out. So, not axis. I think we need bisect. So if I pull this one, I'm gonna pull the one on the other side. Nah, this is the outside axis. Oh. That's interesting. If I press Z, will just... Okay, I see. I see. Okay. Now the question. Oh, I can apply this automatically. Okay. I'm gonna what to do. I'm gonna do this. Stop. Is the hole in there? Hole is not in there. Somehow I have -1 view on YouTube. Thank you, YouTube. YouTube just made me a message. Okay, thank you, YouTube. That's really useful. That's why we love you. Okay, so I'm back. Okay. It's not because mirror basically makes it act like two objects inside each other right now. What you need to do is delete 1/2 of it. Okay. So what I need to do then is basically Alt. No, different direction. And I need to select. I need to use X-ray. I need to delete. I need to delete everything. Oh, here. Yeah, okay. And now There is a hole inside. Yeah, okay. There is a hole inside, and I can just click get out of the edit mode and click apply. Now it's back to being a full model. Now what I can do is I can... You did delete one edge too many. You think so? Oh, fucking... What is it? Some of these combinations are... I don't think I did. So first of all, what I noticed is that now the ends are tubes. We're gonna fix that later. X-ray mode. Well, we are in X-ray mode. Yeah, we can check it. Okay, no, it's fine. So what I can do now is I can rotate this dude. 90 degrees. There was somewhere I can punch in the numbers. Here. Station here. 90. I'm being stupid. How would I put it to the side? What do we have in the mirror modifier? Can we do a mirror modifier on 90 degrees? That's the question. Data. That's sad that we don't need that. Let's delete this. Okay, select this one. Ugh. Yeah. Oh. Want them as a union? Oh. Copy the whole object or just copy these? Okay. Whole object. So do I copy it in the edit mode or do I copy them in the object mode? So object mode. I see it. Now I rotate it. Immediately for gore, where is well. Here we put 90. And now the wrench. What we do for modifiers. The union. Maybe. But also Discord doesn't like being streamed together with OBS. Boolean. Boolean, okay. Union. Do I need to have it on both of them? Do I need to select this to object? Do I select the original object? Or the second object? You can... Oh, set value, so that's the original, okay. And what now? Just apply it. I see. Okay. Ooh, this became real messy. These became weird. Because they were like not perfectly mirrored. But this is like just possible to fix with cleanup. Let's look at other places. Did it break at other places? There's no butt. There's no face here. Yeah. I'm even like right now set up so that if you don't want to be heard, my Discord currently is made in safety mode. What did happen? Cannot I? What? Why cannot I move anymore? What did I press? What did I press that I cannot move anymore? Okay, now I can. I'm confused. What do you mean zoomed too far? I was thinking this is not zoom, this is movement. Okay. Okay. Now wondering. So wondering how would they fix these? Just manually? I could zoom closer before that. I'm confused. Huh? Come on, I cannot move though. That's the strange part. Hmm. Right before that zoomed much closer. Wondering. How messy is this one? Ooh, why is it selected red? Huh? Is it like... I could do that, yeah. Could scale just the object up. Why is this one now red? Is it because it's used for the... Okay. I'm thinking of retrying this with some other parameters. This. 8. $90. Hello. What? 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 Yeah. What people? I'm talking to my voices. The voices is Koala. Okay, you can join us in Discord. And yeah, Koala, you can look at my stream. Actually, I'm gonna stream also here for you to have less delay. It's still messy. Like, hello, Ranger. I don't know why Koala left. Maybe because I'm on stream. If what heard it in time, because I wouldn't have heard it. I'm on I'm like you stream doesn't hear you. I'm streaming right now trying to figure out Blender. Hello, welcome back, Koala. That's ass. Oh, that's worse. Hmm. Hmm. Yes. Exactly. Trying to figure out how, like, Cookie is helping me a lot, and he recommended me. Oh, hello, Cookie, you're here. How to like make a 90 degrees like mirroring, but at the same time, because how I understand, because the amount of edges that I have, like how they like have edges on them, every single like while combining it creates double the poly count. I want to learn how to do it without it, so I'm thinking about doing another thing that allows me to copy out a piece of the several vertices with like edges and place them in a different place. Also, most probably I need to scale this whole thing up because it's way too tiny. The text scale. scaled up the thing, and I still cannot scroll closer to it. Yeah, it's an RPG round. It's weird. I just scaled this up and it still doesn't want to let me go closer. Even though I am sure that I was much closer before. It has correct proportion, but not correct sizing. Basically. Apparently, I'm trying to battle the camera. Because the camera is weird. Because something changed. I'm kind of thinking about just saving the project and just reopening it. Maybe that would fix it, because I for sure zoomed in like closer than this a bit before. Scale it up more and try again. I don't think so. I don't think that will help. If I zoom, okay, now it did I at some point misclicked something and it scaled the object insanely down? Oh no, again, I cannot zoom much closer. Okay, cool. This is just Blender being ass. Oh. It's no nice Blender. Yeah, I basically... Oh no, this is... Oh, this is so weird. Why is this camera so awful? Like... It just becomes worse and worse. Yep, I cannot even zoom out. Thinking about just saving it right now and reopening. Nope, I still cannot zoom in closer. I don't know. Can't move. Let's try to Google this.
Hey, hi guys, welcome to the channel. In this video I'm going to solve the issue in Blender. When I'm scrolling, you can see it's zooming in very slow, very slow. Even if I'm trying to move something, it's moving, but it's very slow. But when I'm going to particular object, you can see I'm very easily able to zoom in, zoom out. But the whole scene, the whole layout, I'm not able to zoom in and zoom out quickly. How to solve this? It's quite easy. Go to the edit, go to the preference, and in the navigation select depth. That's all. That's all we need to do. How to solve this? It's quite easy. Go to the edit, go to the preference, and in the navigation select depth.
I think it just something with scale. I like somehow by mistake shortcutted something to like resize the world. And also I like
Depth.
turned off
That's
the
all. That's all
scaler
we
of
need to do.
speed of zoom
And
depending on depth.
now you can see the issue is solved.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
Ану швидко пити памп. Памп.
Yeah, I did fix it. It was a combination of several things. Hmm. I have an idea. Used. Oh. Mhm. Okay. Okay. Hello. That was Eve. Hmm. Oh, I see. Actually, no. to do beforehand. Oh yeah. This is some good progress. Oh, hello, okay. Ugh. Okay. This is a boomstick, sort of, you know. Why are they looking so jagged? Like there are two lines here. We do this and fix it. No, but anyway, those might be some holes. Not gonna lie. I can go to the toilet real quick. And yes, my avatar is muted. Actually, let me fix that real quick. Now that I'm not sitting alone, I should actually use my PNG tuber. for a jump scare. And as if nothing changed. I perfectly overlaid those two duders. Well, not perfectly, but they hide each other. Yeah, you gotta go to the toilet real quickly. Okay, okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. Wow. Okay. Let's look at the ref. Yes, I do have on the other screen a ref. And also, I need you two people to understand this is simplified. I didn't want to go hardcore. So, move this out here. Yep. So now to the actually hard part. Does even know how to start? Really? Is the cylinder that tiny? Oh, it's in meters. Oh no. The scaling is all over the place. I'll just say this, it's in, I only now realize it's in meters right now. This is 20 meters because the zoom was weird and I need to upscale it. Oh. So. We can always scale it down, yeah, that's correct. So now we look comparably to the... This is gonna be our main sizer. No, can I not make it bigger? Wait. Okay. Now that I'm done also talking on the phone, I can now back to you, chat. For being gone for that long. This is way too long. Huh? Chat, we are expanding our capabilities. I need to fix something before we're gonna continue. Edit mode. Enter edit mode. It's selected only half. What happened? What? Hmm. I'm stupid. I think I see the problem. How are they not connected? I see now. Randomized. Um. Oh. Fixed. Okay, good. No. These are marriage. No. Ooh, I have an idea. E. Now. Yes. Oh, that's yeah, boy. Okay. If you fixed this. I can. No, sheet smooth doesn't look great. Uh, um. How do I turn off shade smooth? Off shade flat. Ooh, this is much better. This is A, okay. Oh. Okay. Didn't change anything. Okay. Hmm. Mhm. Most probably there was a simpler way to do this. Doesn't matter. Hmm. Barrel. Okay. Hmm. Now where the hard parts start. I need to do holes and things. That's where the program that I was using before was really convenient. You could just like shove a tube through a tube to make a hole. Just like shove a tube in. Make it that it's gonna be opposite. It would be deleting stuff from the inside. But in this case, that will not happen. How to correctly. Oh. Hmm. Oh, my head is starting hurting. Does this look like anything good? Look at there. I think it's fine. You can add more detail later. Currently, the idea is to have the rough shape. I would need to have even oh yeah, okay. Remembered, I cannot then okay. Okay. That's beautiful. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that felt good. Ugh. Did this one not work? Oh, why did it not work here? Wow. I found some really good like things that allow me really quickly fix a lot of stuff. For example, when there's something fucking up and there's for some reason several like pointy bits, the vertices, I found a way to like merge them if they are in the same spot. That saved me already like several times. Hell. Huh? Welcome back, Koray. We are making progress. So. We are currently gonna do like real, like simple stuff. Visually wise. Scale. That's what I wanted to do. Well. I don't know why it ended up being so sensitive. Much better. Second, gonna be back. Yum 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 yum. Now the hard part. Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. Okay, so let's make this simpler for us. Modifier. Add modifier. Mirror. If I generate out of here, it will both mirror and do other stuff. Okay. So what I want is no, that's not what I want. Yep. Like these two. It's like a full slice. No, that's not what I want. It's a knife. That's not what I want, definitely. How do I do this? Yeah. No. Oh. Ah. For a second did. What are those sounds? Stop. How is it? Stop, stop, stop. Are what? Stop. Stop. No way. 1 second. Let me try this out again. How does this leak in? How did that leak? That was in Discord. And Discord should not leak into the... That's so weird. I don't have speakers. These are headphones. Yes. That was Dead by Daylight sounds. And I don't know how they went through. I have no idea how that went through. Because it's in Discord. Discord, like... Discord VCN sounds. But like, if I play a video from YouTube in Discord, you cannot hear it. But right now I'm playing a video inside Discord from YouTube. So yeah, that's weird. No, that was not in Discord. That was in Chrome and you could hear it. So the same video, not in Discord.
Exaggerating the design, because that is what makes appealing design. It's exaggerating the...
And now, again, a YouTube video, not inside it.
This is Blender.
Oh no, it
Open
is.
source 3D software that can be used to make animation.
So the sound of Discord from... Huh. But you don't hear people talking, right? Oh, you don't. I see that it's not reacting. So weird. Wow, that's so stupid. Oh, that's so genuinely stupid. Hmm. How do I add a vertex in the middle of this? Did it mirror it? Mirror it? Yeah, I see how it mirrors. Its voice meter called stupid like banana. Yeah. That's why I'm using, and that's how I'm separating it. Voice meter plus some other stuff. So I move this. Okay, there is a separated. So I select. I can delete face and now it works. Okay. So versions. This is a bit wide. What I gonna do? I'm gonna do this. Ooh, there's some interest. So what I gonna do? I'm gonna cancel this. For now, I'm deleting these two faces. I'm gonna do the outline, basically. And then I'm gonna do the infill. Too much selected. A bit too shallow. Okay. Reference again. Hmm. Potato is the highest tier by what I remember, or pineapple is the highest tier. I don't remember of the voice banana. Knife. There. Actually, I had that as a tutorial somewhere. Actually, no. Hmm. Stupid. Ooh, cannons. Canoons. These people, the harder parts. Uh, hmm. Uh, This looks so chunky. Maybe I needed to segment this. I didn't need to like I need to do the handle in like a separated thing just so I can smoothen it and stuff like that. Hmm. 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 XP cookie. I gonna be one day making an S-tank in Helldivers with a recoilless rifle as its main cannon. Or Oh yeah, my music ended again. I'm sorry. Thank you, Reg. The only thing I was getting distracted several times. So this is so far what I did. So far, I just doing scale on eye, basically. Will you specifically make the cheese wedge or definitely cheese wedge? Cheese wedge. Cheese wedge. Oscillating coal chassis and stuff like that. Box modeling, yes. And then I can segment it, smoothen it when I segment it and stuff like that. I'm gonna add the trigger separately as a separate object under this collection. So I think what I do, set this, Y. So select, X-ray select just in case. Merge vertices by distance. Merged it. Now, carefully select the needed things. F. F. The biggest, the big. So yeah, I think the hardest part would be like details and tracks. I think I gotta add the trigger later. Just separated like material and stuff. So I'm loving this. This is much more enjoyable than I was thinking. Not gonna lie. I'm enjoying this much more than I was thinking. What are we doing next? We are doing this. And this. Is it segmenting it inside also? I think so. Okay, so. If I press E, what happens? Oh, it has separated thing, okay. think I've fucked up the scale. Yeah, definitely. Hmm. Let's look. The comparison. The handle should be somewhere here. Yeah, people. What tail are we giving to it? What exhaust do we give it on the back? Do we get the classical RPG exhaust or a recoilless rifle exhaust? Cone, just regular cone. There's a difference? There is. So, well, yeah, well, RPG is recoilless, but there's a bit of a difference. So, RPG doesn't have that much of a propellant going backwards because it later activates the rocket accelerator. But there's a bit of a difference. Ah, flashbang. Let's change it to something more feasible. So the RPG basically has something like this. There's a tube that will have so this is an RPG. It does have a lot more recoil. Well, it's chill. It's really easy to explain stuff like this. this. So the idea is so when the explosion happens, everything comes out, and the splash just basically what it does, the decompression, differences in compression. We have like compression, let's say like 100, and at these it has like lines where where the decompression decreases. So we will have 90, 80, it's like, but here we're already gonna be like, no, here we're gonna be like at already 60% of this pressure, and here we're gonna be like already at 40% of this pressure. So this depressuring changes how changes the speed of everything going outside, and changes like that, like how it exceeds. Meanwhile, the recoilless rifles have additional stuff here that allows to capture both partially like, so there's two things that happen here. Because there is the capture, we have reduced sound, but because these exits, so, and because this exit is actually thinner in the end, but spaced out better, even though the pressure in this chamber and the sound decreases, the pressure on these two ends, is much higher than the pressure of like gases and projectile, and like strength of the projectile that goes forward. And because of that, we have like more force to move it that way than we would get normally on the RPG. That's why RPG has the propellant that heats the rocket, but afterwards it activates the rocket pulley, and it goes, because RPG projectile first explodes, travels 100 meters by actually not 100 meters, something less. It travels certain amount of distance, and then after it exploded, part of it first of all like flew out in like pieces, like all around. It deploys its stabilizers and activates the rocket booster. So that's why and because of this, there is a situation that actually, so because of this, there is a bit of a situation that like when you launch a RPG comparably to recoilless rifle, the recoilless rifle would have a it will have a parabola, as it will have like a straight parabola that will like launch with the recoilless rifle. Meanwhile, with an RPG, you will have something more like this. Where you have quite a bit of drop on the start and inaccuracies on the start, and then the rocket booster activates and just flies with the stabilizers. And then it drops again when there's like rockets like or runs out or becomes weaker, or resistance of the wind becomes stronger. So yeah. And that's why the sights for RPG are different than the sights for recoilless. Recoilless rifle sights are linear. Meanwhile, even if you aim at 100 meters with the RPG, it's a bit tilted. You can even like if you held an RPG in hand, you would see that this, for example, is the RPG base. Recoilless is an over-engineered cannon, yes. It's a, well, yeah, all recoilless mech. Yeah, so, okay, this is the RPG line, and you could see that the sight itself is actually on a slight angle from the RPG itself, because it knows that initial drop, because it doesn't have that much recoilless propellant, will drop the rocket quite a bit. And then after it's like it and after already its rocket propellant started, then it will go. That's why, again, this Carl Gustav will have a sight like this. We will have 100 meters, and we will have the double of it. 200 meters, this is a 0. We will have like 300 meters, it will increase. Then like half a kilometer, it will increase more. Hello, Jinx. Meanwhile, the RPG has the 0, absolute 0 here, but 100 meter gonna be much higher. It's gonna be here, but then the 200 meter gonna be actually quite close. The 300 meter will have less like than the recoilless rifle, and then again, and then again. So the 0 is basically like really far away from the actual 0. So yeah, that's why RPGs are that different. On top of that, Forsey, if you're talking about that, RPGs can actually launch mortar rounds. That's another benefit of RPG. Mortar round. It's been quite often happening in Ukraine. And mortar rounds are basically used in like indirect fire, where accuracy is not that possible. These are chonkers comparably to regular, because these are pure explosives. They don't have any heat mechanisms, anything like that. Okay, back to this. Jinx, are you sneaking on my stream? I see you. So, what tail are we doing? Standard RPG tail or a recoilless tail? Standard. Yeah. Good, standard. We're first gonna do the tail. And then we're gonna do everything else. So. Okay. Yeah, this is... We're gonna need to shorten this a bit. Needs to be a bit more stubby. Because the actual RPGs are really tiny. And I want to make it even smaller. Oh. Uh, the It is. Oh my god. It's almost exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's real. It's one. The door is the only. The door corridor is only difference. Big boomstick. Okay. The inspiration was of me not being able to draw stuff. Honestly, you're not doing half bad for the first time. Yeah. Thank you. I'm happy. And it looks quite good. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. How do I do the handle the easiest? Is it easier to like have a separate one and then just merge them? Maybe? Hmm. It'll be somewhere here. Slowly getting EP. Oh, I have a cheesy idea. Like, I'm thinking, can I? Thinking, how do I combine these four? I have an idea. Okay, so what I do, select four of these. Actually, no. And I just do this. Okay, so the idea is that the next thing I'm gonna be doing, I'm gonna add a tilted shield, a tilted metal shield on this side of the RPG. On this side of the RPG, there's gonna be a shield. It's gonna be tilted to the side a bit. And what gonna be behind it, there's gonna be a bunch of like these RPG shells that are gonna be like fitted into like rings or cloth ring, like, or cloth pedals. It beveled the edges, yeah. Yeah, 5 hours. I've been at it 5 hours almost, yeah. So there's gonna be like cloth rings or like metal rings that hold on the side the RPG. Or just I'm gonna model a backpack that can hold a shit ton of like RPG rounds, like twice the amount of like a recoilless or something like that. I'm gonna model one or the second. So the idea is that you would like not need to call in a backpack because all of the shells are on the rocket launcher, and you just like pull out it from the rocket launcher, put it in, fire, pull it out, put it in the firing position, fire, or just double the amount of ammo for you to be much more okay. So let's find somebody to raid. I think I'm gonna be ending it right here. There's nobody around except Jinx. So go Jinx. Go to Jinx. But this scene still has the old one. Yum, yum, yum.